Not theirs. Now let's get into solutions and relief. But before we do that, let me give you the rundown of some of the dirty tactics that the gang stalkers do in order to make targeted individuals realize that this attack is fake, and do not panic and do not fear when they attack you. You would actually like see the foolishness and stupidity in the gang stalkers, as well as the control and the coordinators of the gang stalker and of the gang stalking attack. Now, here are the key dirty tactics that targeted individuals should be aware of. Well, first of all, they even attack a targeted individual while the targeted individual is in the privacy of his or her house. So basically, they could use directed energy weapons to attack you in your house, and also they could know what you're doing in your house with the sensors and the meters, or with the through-the-wall radar technology, or they have listening devices either planted in your house or nearby your house or the region nearby your house. And also, what the gang stalkers could do is they could do noise campaigns in front of your house. Like people would have staged fake fights in front of your house, or start making noise for no reason. And as soon as you look at your window to see who's there, what they would do is that the car would speed off. Also, when they attack you in the privacy of your house, they have listening devices to listen into your conversations, and then when you walk outside in public, they use a tactic called directed conversation to repeat what you said in the privacy of your house. This would trick a targeted individual into thinking that the gang stalkers are psychic, or they actually could read your mind, but that's not true. They just listening into the privacy of your house. Also, another dirty tactic is that the gang stalkers, they use kids, yes. They use kids to harass and agitate you. This is how dirty and evil these gang stalkers are. But not just on the perp level. I'm talking about the gang stalkers on the coordination and planning level. Yes, there are gang stalkers who never are on the field to harass and agitate you. But they coordinate and plan the attack on you. And they also receive information about how you react to the attack. So these people do not care about children. They do not care. They even use disabled people too. So they do not care about children and disabled people that they use. And also, the gang stalkers, they would also use another tactic where they would send a perp to be your friend and then to unfriend you. This is to make you give up on relationships. Like, they will play like they're your friend, or if you're a man, they would like send some girl to like pretend she likes you, and then she'll literally dump you. Like, she would actually spend like 6 months with you to make you think, oh, you're in love, and then dump you. And this doesn't just happen to men; it also happens to women. And also, if you're in a relationship with a real genuine person, they might try to destroy and sabotage this relationship. Like, they might actually go to the person that you just met, who's a real person, and then try to sabotage that relationship by harassing or agitating that person, or they'll lie about you to that person. They'll literally follow that person, find out where they live, and have somebody make lies about you to that person. And then when you try to meet up or contact that person, you realize this person doesn't want to make contact with you no more. And if you're deep into the level of gang stalking, you would realize that the gang stalkers are doing this. In the early stages, you would probably wonder why this person don't want to talk to me no more. And that's why with a lot of relationships that the targeted individuals have, most of them have been sabotaged. If they're in relationships with real, genuine people, the gang stalkers will sabotage that relationship. But if it's a relationship with the gang stalkers or the perp, which is designed to fail later on, no interruptions or sabotage in that relationship. But I'm telling you, targeted individuals, this not to make you paranoid and also give up on relationships in general. Please do not do that. Do not give up your humanity. They want you to isolate yourself. Do not make them isolate you, please. Also, another dirty trick so that the gang stalkers will try to poison your food. From experience, they poison various types of my food, and it will give me an effect of having a sharp, painful headache on one side of my head. They will also poison your food with various poisons or chemicals to give you various adverse effects. It's not just only headaches. This will discourage a targeted individual from eating food. I explained that earlier. Also, the gang stalkers, they could get your family and your friends and your coworkers to turn against you or have them help you. Now, from experience, I've experienced it. The gang stalkers, they kind of lie to your family members and get your family members to be involved in it by making lies and slander about you. So do not confront your family about it because they could actually trick your family into it. But if your family was genuinely involved in the gang stalking attack, then you have to look at the historical background aspect of the attack when it literally early started. But most of the time, it's the gang stalkers. They actually like tricking your family into getting involved into the attack. For all you know, they can knock on your door when you're not there and make lies about you and say, "We're looking for your son or your daughter," and your son and daughter did something, and that could scare your family, and then they could pretend they're police and say, "Hey, there's a gag order. You're not supposed to tell this to anybody, or you could go to jail," and that could scare anybody who doesn't really know about the law. So when it comes to the family, they could actually trick your family into being involved in a gang stalking attack. They could either pose like they're police officers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And also, they'll send perps and gang stalkers to your school and your work just to attack you, or they'll have some of your coworkers get involved in the attack. And also, another dirty trick is that the worst one of all is the sleep deprivation. Sleep deprivation makes you more vulnerable to the gang stalker attack. And also, the gang stalkers will follow you by vehicle. Now, another thing that some gang stalkers get, not all of them, is that they have dream manipulation technology. Yes, this is technology. It seems like they have psychic or voodoo powers, but that's not true. It's just basically dream manipulation technology, and it's based on stimulating certain parts of the brain. Also, the gang stalkers, they will attack every aspect of your life. Remember, every aspect: mind, body, soul, financial, social, and etc. All that. And also, okay, and also with the VK, those targeted individuals who get directed energy weapons like V2K, they will try to trick you and make you think you're psychic. So do not fall for it. Like they'll trick you to make you think you're psychic, like you could actually read people, like you could actually read reports, but that's not true. That's the V2K. And also, they could actually have technology where they could actually simulate people's voice in your life and then use the V2K to beam that into your head. So you could stand next to somebody you know, and they could actually curse, use the V2K to make a curse word in that person's tone of voice, and you would look at that person and actually think that it was that person that cursed you, but really it was the V2K, and have voice synthesizing technology. And also, they could actually take pre-recordings of someone else's voice and play it back on the V2K to trick a targeted individual into thinking that that person is actually saying those things, but it's not actually true. Now, there are some reliefs for targeted individuals. This would relieve the attack of gang stalking. It's not going to get rid of it, but it would relieve the gang stalking itself. Step number one, eat healthy. Yes, eating healthy would greatly reduce the healthy. Eat fruits and vegetables. Eat a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables, and reduce your processed foods. Because the processed food can put stress on your body, and you also have to deal with the stress from getting stuck in attacks. And also, step number two, be spiritual. Now, it's not to me to tell you spirituality or religion to choose, or any spiritual practices. It's up to you to decide that and to develop your own spiritual religion on a spiritual and or psychological level. Who am I to tell you this religion or this spirituality is good? That's up to you as a targeted individual to decide that. Now, also try to rationalize the mechanics of the attack and not the attack itself. Basically, what I'm trying to say is when you try to rationalize the mechanics of the attack and not the attack itself, like when the gang stalkers do this certain type of attack, what is the purpose of this attack? Because certain attacks have they want to have certain effects. So basically, when the gang stalkers, say when they receive the when you're deprived of sleep, that make you more irritable and more prone to the effects of the attack. So basically, the attack will have a better effect on you when you don't get enough sleep.
Pose estimation is an interesting area. We typically have a few images or video footage of humans, and we automatically try to fall detection for the elderly, analyzing the motion and many others.
Now you will
This
where someone won't kick you or get an opportunity to, and that's why I say understand the mechanics of the attack, not the attack itself. Also, step 4, read books. Yes, because reading books is a form of cognitive exercise. And when I mean books, I mean paper books, not a computer screen. Read books. This is a way to keep you your cognitive or your mental process in shape. Because gang stalking is a psychological attack. There are many individuals who claim they lost their ability to concentrate. The gang stalking attack constantly is looking for your attention, and the stress could have an effect on your cognitive level and process. So read books. That way
this pose estimation works really well in accordance that can't be true, right? It tracks what kind of wizardry
from the
is that?
psychologists, because most targeted individuals, they would actually get coerced or forced by their job or for some reason to see a psychologist. And if you don't go to see a psychologist, then they can fire you. And if the psychologist diagnose you with a fake illness, because when you try to explain the gang stalking to that psychologist, they'll just dismiss you. They'll dismiss you as a schizophrenic or bipolar or psychosis. So if they falsely diagnose you with one of these illnesses and you lose your job, you would actually apply for Social Security disability or Social Security. Now, there are some targeted individuals who are homeless. And if you are homeless and they falsely diagnose you with a psychological illness, what you can do is apply for Social Security disability and Social Security benefits. And what you can do to make the process more faster, you go to the hospital where they give you the false diagnosis and go to the records department. You have to the day that you've seen the psychologist and the day that the psychologist diagnosed you with this false illness, and then you attach it to your application that you're filing for Social Security disability and Social Security insurance. And that way you mail the proof that the doctor diagnosed you with schizophrenia or psychosis, and you attach that to your application when you apply for Social Security disability or insurance. And also, if you don't have money for food, and if you're a homeless targeted individual, please apply for food stamps as well. And I know a lot of targeted individuals will say, "Well, I'm not trying to be a freeloader." Well, you're not a freeloader. You did not put yourself in this position, but you need to get yourself out of this position. And one of the many steps to get yourself out of this position, if you've been financially exhausted, and you've been falsely diagnosed with a mental illness, is that you can apply for Social Security disability and insurance. So please do not hesitate to do this, and then use that money to get yourself back on your feet. And then once you get yourself back on your feet or get yourself employment, then you can just stop using the Social Security. But because you don't want to be a financial burden to your family, because you can't keep asking your family for money. You are not a freeloader when you sign up for Social Security disability. It's just to get you back on your feet, and then once you get back on your feet, then you can just sign off the Social Security. Now, it's just a suggestion. That's all. Now, another form of relief from gang stalking is to do exercise. Yes, do exercise. Exercise will greatly help you relieve the effects of gang stalking. Now, I'm in no position, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to tell you which forms of physical exercise to do. You could probably consult a doctor or common sense, develop your own exercise program. Like, for example, you could run, lift, or do both. But I'm not telling you how much to do or when to do it. It's up to you to develop a program to how you want to approach the exercise part of gang stalking. Also, go out more. Do not stay inside the house. Because remember, the purpose of gang stalking is to isolate you. So go outside more. And they try to put fear in you to make you stay inside the house. Do the opposite. Go outside. Because when you stay in your house, it will be easier to attack you. Because now they can only reduce their attack to noise campaigns in front of your house or directed energy weapons. So go out more. Me, as a targeted individual, I live in New York City, so I could actually go to the downtown area, get some fresh air, enjoy myself. I don't know about the other targeted individuals who live in other states and cities. That's why I'm telling you, go out more. Do not stay inside the house. Do the opposite. Don't stay inside the house. Go outside, enjoy life. Stop staying inside trying to be scared. That's what they're trying to do. You're helping them win when you stay inside the house. Just take a walk, get some fresh air. Also, record evidence of the attack that is tangible at various locations to show that it's not coincidence. Specifically, get evidence of state and law enforcement vehicles when they do the street theater. This could prove that the government, whether it's state, city, federal, or agency, are involved in a gang stalking attack. Now, there's one thing though. Don't get too dedicated to recording the gang stalking attack all day long. Like, don't be that targeted individual that's walking around holding his camera constantly in front of his face every time he goes outside, or all the time. In the early stages, I was like this. Like, I was just walking off my camera when I didn't understand. When I did not understand the elements of the gang stalking attack. Then I realized what it's trying to do. Now, when you walk around with the camera, it's pointed around, that can make you look crazy, and that can actually help the gang stalkers get genuine people to be on their side. So that's why I tell you, don't live your life, but keep a camera in your book bag or stuff like that, just in case you do need to record something. You could just pull out the camera, but don't be too dedicated to recording. Speak respectful to people because they want you to be scared of safety. After being traumatized for so long, it might affect your manners, behavior pattern, the way you think, because you would think everyone is a pimp or a perpetrator, which is not true. So please do not be scared. Talk to people. Be the initiator of the conversation. That way, instead of deciding if this person's a pimp or not, you start talking to people. Do not talk to people out of desperation, because one of the gang stalking attack is to isolate you and do not trust people. So don't go talk to people like in a desperate state. But just talk to people, go meet people. Just they want you to isolate yourself, but never out of desperation. If you want to meet people, if that was your natural behavior pattern, and the gang stalkers trick you into thinking that everybody else is your enemy, that's not true. Go outside, be respectful, and I'm gonna tell you something else about the relief and solution. Also, another solution is to speak respectful to people because they want you to be scared of society, and after being so long, because you think everyone is a perpetrator or a perpetrator of stalking attack, which is not true. So basically, Go outside, meet people, talk to people. Don't be afraid to talk to people. And please do not talk to people out of desperation or loneliness, or because the gang stalkers isolated you, and to some extent you isolated yourself because the perps made you think that everyone is a perpetrator, which is not true. Go outside, meet people. I hear some targeted individuals say, "Oh, they don't want you to have a girlfriend. They don't want you to have friends. They don't want you to have a relationship." Go outside, talk to people, meet people, but not out of desperation. Don't appear desperate like, "Oh," when you talk to somebody so bad. No, like go meet people, because that way, if you're the initiator of the conversation, you don't have to decide if that person's a perpetrator or not. You see that? But sometimes the gang stalkers, they might send people to befriend you. So be aware of that. But at the same time, be afraid to talk to people. Don't be afraid to meet new people. And also, people to make you thinking that some of your family members are involved in it. That's not true. So try to build bonds with family members and stuff like that. I'm not saying, like, there are some instances where some family members might genuinely be involved in gang stalking attack or be tricked into the gang stalking attack. But try to repair relationships as much as you can. To the extent that's up to you to decide that. And I suggest you do that, but it's up to you though. So go outside, meet people. And another thing about that, don't go telling everybody that you're being gang stalked, because some people, especially like the police, if you go to the police, tell them, "Hey, the gang stalking me, they're doing this, that, B2K," they might think you're crazy and they might report you. So you don't go tell everybody about this gang stalking attack. But can you bring awareness to the gang stalking attack? Yes, you can, but do it in a professional manner. Like, tell people about stalking and military technology that exists. Some things that you could prove, but don't go telling them, "Oh, B2K, they poison all this stuff." And you're telling them this in a dramatic fashion, which might make you crazy. Live your life, go talk, meet people, bring awareness, stop and tell your story on the internet, bring awareness, write letters to your Congress people, but don't go telling people out of an emotional state or desperation. Also, with the family member, I want people to take into consideration that the gang stalkers, they might actually target family members, friends and family to like they might actually B2K or harass, street and gang stalk some of your family members and friends, gang stalking you or to keep it away from you. So that's why do not be so mean and harsh on your family members if they think that they are involved in the gang stalking attack, because they could actually be coerced into the gang stalking attack, because they could be harassed and street harassed, and also they could, but not to the level that they're gang stalking and street harassing you. You see how that works? And so some people could actually be coerced to attack you, in a gang stalking attack. So that's why I take that into consideration. And please be humane and humble to your family members, despite the fact that they're involved in the gang stalking attack and your friend too. So, and don't confront them on it to some extent, because if they're genuinely involved in the attack, they'll just play dumb like you don't notice it. And if you're coerced into the attack, sometimes the gang stalkers can pose as police or actually send police or even federal agents could be involved in it, and they could give them gag orders, scare them and say if they reveal anything about it, they could go to jail. Which most of the time it isn't true. So do not be so harsh on them. Remember, these people, your family members are not on a higher level if they're involved in it in any shape or form, or been forced into the gang stalking attack. They have to really operate the gang stalking program on a control, command, and planning level. These people, they're in government, federal agencies, third-party corporations. They get paid and financed by your government. So, like the low-level person in the street, they don't know about the gang stalking program on a high level. And so that also includes your family and friends. They don't know about the B2K, they don't know about the covert drugging or anything like that. So don't be harsh on anybody on the street level. They want you to fight and hit people on the street level. At the end of the day, which are the perks. But at the end of the day, these people are not coordinating, they're not planning, They're not the ones who are deciding which phase to switch the gang stalking program to more aggressive or just keep it on the stalking level. The people who are on the gang stalking level where it comes to the planning and coordination and the execution on a high level. Like, think about it. That same curve on the street level, when you're being harassed by planes, when you have a plane following you, you think it's actually your family member, your neighbor, or that low-level perp flying that plane? No, it's someone in a federal agency or the military or the civil air patrol that's doing it. So this gang stalking program, at the end of the day, is coming from your government, military, federal, and state. So that's not that low-level perp flying that plane using that V2K technology. Someone with military knowledge is. Also, stay positive. Do not stay negative. I understand the gang stalking attack is constant. When you walk outside your house, there's already perpetrators ready to attack you. When you go to your favorite place or store, they have gang stalkers posted up there. They want you to stay negative and they enjoy having you stay negative. And I'm not talking about the perps on a street level. I'm talking about the gang stalkers on a control and command level. Yes, the street level perpetrators, all they do is just relay the information back to the gang stalkers on a command and control level, which are on a federal government and even military level. So please, stay positive, stay confident. When you walk in the street, walk with confidence. Don't walk in fear. Do not look back when the gang stalkers try to get your attention. They want you to get your attention. That's why. And when you don't look behind, remember, they surround you. They surround you on the street level. There might be some perps in the back, and there might be some perps even in the front, and even to your side, and they form a perimeter around you. And with that, stay confident. When the perpetrators who are behind you try to harass you verbally, do not look back. And when they see you not looking back, they might actually increase the verbal and psychological harassment and abuse even more. Remember, stay positive. There are mental and spiritual exercises to stay positive. That's up to you to decide and research which exercises to do. And if you're already doing any, hey, that's good. Do it even more. And also, with the thing about it is, the perpetrators, they enjoy keeping you in a negative state. And also, the perpetrators cannot kill you. They might try to slowly kill you, but at the end of the day, think about it. For years and years and years, they've been saying they're going to hit you, saying they're going to do this, saying they're going to ruin your life. But you're still here. It's to keep you in constant fear. The fear of death is unavoidable. That's the one thing the targeted individuals have to realize. Like, whether or not you're being gang stalked, one day you're going to die. Do not worry about the gang stalking attack. I do not plan on worrying about or dodging this gang stalking attack for the next 90 years or 40 years or however long I live. So you can stop this gang stalking attack. They're trying to keep you in a state of fear. And one thing you gotta understand is that fear is the easiest way to control somebody. So be confident, be positive. And at the same time, these gang stalkers, they're also analyzing your behavior and your thinking patterns. They're not just doing surveillance on your physical and where you are based on location. They're also doing surveillance on your behavior and your psychological process. They might do some street data to test where you are psychologically. They might think to befriend you or have small conversation with you to see where your behavior patterns and your psychological state is. And to some target individuals, one sign that the gang stalking attack isn't working is when the gang stalkers actually increase the magnitude of the gang stalking attack. So that's one way for targeted individuals to know that the gang stalkers, their attack isn't working when they increase the magnitude of the attack, which means they have to go harder or aggressive. And it's not the gang stalkers on the street level that decide to increase the attack. These street level perpetrators, they relay the information back to the supervisors or the command and control level of the gang stalking program. And then those commanders tell them to increase the attack. You see how that works? So when they increase the magnitude of their attack of the gang stalkers, that goes to show you that their attack isn't working on you. And as a targeted individual who's been being gang stalked for so long, you know that you realize this. Also, when the aggressive tactics aren't working, what they might actually do is try to deprive you of more sleep when you ignore them real hard when you go outside in the street, when they try to do the street dinner or street harassment, and when you ignore them real hard and it doesn't work, they might actually try to deprive you of sleep and use the deprivation even more. And also, if those aggressive tactics don't work, they might try to tell you what you want to hear through directed conversation. Like, say if you like hamburgers, one of the pimps might stand nearby and start talking about hamburgers. You see how that works? So do not fall for their tricks. Or they might use their soft tactics, like try to send the perpetrator to friend and unfriend you. So please stay confident targeting individuals. They enjoy that. Matter of fact, they probably feed on that because that goes to show that their control is working. When they constantly see you in a state of fear or in a state of agony and depression. So stay positive and motivated for you, not for the gangsters, for you, and as well as those people who love and care about you. Also, for targeting individuals, I want you to realize you are loved. Yes. Don't let the gang stalkers trick you into making you think that nobody likes you. Remember, they're using street theater and psychological warfare and tactics to control your attitude and your beliefs and even your behavior through psychological abuse and warfare. This is military level psychological warfare they're using on you. At the end of the day, you are loved. Someone loves you. Remember, love yourself. Your family loves you. Even the family members that were tricked into the gang stalking attack, yes, they do love you. And also, there are people who you don't know, but if they got to know you, they will love you. So don't let the gang stalkers trick you into into believing that you are not loved. Their psychological warfare into tricking you that nobody likes you or society is against you. And here's one tactic they use that I forgot to realize, that I forgot to tell you, that the gang stalkers use in order to trick all you. Now, when you're walking down the street, if you're walking by foot, there are perps who post up on the street in advance where you're headed to down the road later on in the future. And they also have perps in a car. So this car is circling around, and also the people in this car, they could get out and set up on a block that they know you're going to be on, and then act like they're part of the people walking down the street, but really they got out of a car and set up the street where they know you're going to be, and they're acting like they're walking down the street. But the reality is they got out this parked car, a street theater or a psychological operation to make you think they're genuine people walking down the street, and they might actually trick you and say, oh, this guy's this and that. And now they trick you into making you think that the people and society are against you, but the reality of the situation is that they were folks who got out of their car to set up a street theater to pretend that they're genuine people on the street. Because think about it. How would somebody you never know or see say something bad about you or say something that the perpetrators of gang stalker condition you to believe? So let me repeat that again. There's a lot of targeted individuals that don't rationalize the attack. They respond to it emotionally. But when you respond to it in a rational manner, it's not going to have any effect on you anymore like it used to. Because you will notice the pattern of the attack. And one thing that I want targeted individuals to realize is that, think about it, this person you've seen before or you never heard of, this person you've never seen, all of a sudden says something that the gang stalker sensitize you to, or says something that, or they say something in your personal life that only you know, and this person you never seen before. So obviously, that's the theater, and that's the gang stalking harassment. So that's how you rationalize the gang stalking attack, and it's not going to have an effect on you. So from experience of the gang stalking attack, I was walking down Manhattan. When I was walking down Manhattan, this person I never seen or never heard of before, that was one of the tactics that the gang stalkers sensitized me to. And in the early stages, yes, I'm not going to lie, I reacted to it in an adverse way. But then I realized, wait a minute, I never seen this person, I don't know this person, but this person actually did the tactics that the gang stalkers did. So basically, either this was a perp who set up did it in advance to scare me. See? So these not real genuine people. Or what they might do is get a real genuine person to do or say something they sensitize you to. So now, and the real gang stalker gives this genuine real person the hand signal. Like the perpetrators of the gang stalking attack will be like, okay, when I give you this hand signal, you start saying this. And so as you pass by, the real gang stalker gives this genuine person the hand signal, and then this genuine person does what the gang stalker sensitizes you to, and now you think this genuine person is a perpetrator. In reality, they're not. You see how that works? So they're trying to distort your psychology and make you think that everybody in society is a part of the gang stalker attack. But the reality is that. So please stay positive. Also, another solution is to save money. Yes, save your money. Because one thing about the gang stalking attack is that they're trying to financially exhaust you or financially deplete you. So save your money. Stop buying nonsense stuff. I'm not saying, once in a while, but please save your money as much as you can. And also, some of the gang stalkers, they might threaten you to say they might tamper with your bank account and they might steal your money electronically through your bank account. From experience, they said that to me, but so my money has not been tampered with. Have they tried to financially exhaust me? Yes. That's why I said for targeted individuals, if you receive any psychological pain or damage from the gang stalking attack and you're unemployed, you can actually apply for Social Security disability and benefits. And also, if you've been falsely diagnosed with false diagnosis, because the gang stalkers use this practice called psychological reprisal, then and you're unemployed or you're going to end up being homeless, then I suggest you apply for Social Security disability and insurance. But on another financial aspect of the gang stalking attack, save your money and buy what you need and be wise with your money at the end of the day. And oh yeah, and if you have a job, they're gonna try to harass you at your job, and they could actually have other genuine people who work at that job to participate in the harassment. So please, I want to tell targeted individuals to do this one thing, and that is do not record anything at your job. Yes, I know it sounds kind of strange, but when you're at work, do not record any evidence of you being gang stalked, because the other workers can report you, and then your supervisor might force you to take a psychological, evaluation at work. And if
Back
you don't
a
take
bit, yeah, higher.
so any gang stalking attacks that happen at work.
I don't reckon here. It's really bad. Hacking. Higher. Oh, hi, Empowered PP. UK. I'm hoping for ages. Higher, Benson. Back for a bit. Had a phone call. Yeah, I just got hacked earlier. That's really bad. Screeching. I don't know. That's really bad noise. No, that's really bad. So let me just say, right, I was listening to that and just playing in the background. I was looking at the America by the weather. So hi all. The hacking never stops, does it? I'm hacking on the main internet now online. I had my computer completely broken yesterday after home invasion. And that's that. Guy, let me just go into the channel. Let's have a listen to it. You might recognise it. I wonder if it's updated anything new. 2 years ago. So it's alright. This was this quite positive 5 years ago. It was part 3. Targeting America, gang stalking, targeting America, just the facts, part 3. So that's 5 years ago. It just makes you wonder if anyone like him and then the others are still about. Might be on a different platform. I recognised some others when I had my other channels before they got took down. Huh, yeah. Southern Butterfly. Bless the heart. There's a lot of people. Hopefully I see that. But it's right what it says, isn't it? It's like I was just found a link at someone else's notification. It says about the radar AI system now, the radar through the wall technology. So like he was explaining, he's writing a lot of things. You just gotta keep going. Best one can. Anyway, I'm gonna keep playing that background. Thanks, yeah, it's just had my birthday Sunday. I made an effort, as that individual says in his video just now, to get out, have a me day, sort of thing. Ignore the usual, you know. I was not up no fit state to actually do much because I'm physically exhausted today. So the usual was going on. This is like in England, you wouldn't even think it, would you? The subjects I've known for years and know what I'm doing with my rights. We don't have any rights in this program. So yeah, it's just when you uncover it all and you just document it and then you just have other evidence, it's all linked. It's not just suddenly happened. It's it can be from childhood without you knowing about it, and then all these years on. So my own daughter and son, I knew there wouldn't be any kind of birthday card or anything like that. It's nothing new because every year for quite some time it's been like that. If I go back on my diaries and my entries on the past previous up until the past 5 years weren't as bad as it is now. But I enjoy my company, my young company. As you get older, I suppose you do, but I'm not going to sit here and get me tortured to death like they got so many new people around here. And what they've done, you just can't make it up. It just sounds like a pathetic movie. They got this, they put the scooters in my pathway so for me to crash in my wheelchair. So doing that quite often at the moment. So I have to be extremely vigilant. And then the back door and the block of flats, they've faked. Nobody gets under the stairwell in that communal hallway. The only ones that kick in the door are the perps that are opposite me. So they faked something, you know. It's all orchestrated, well orchestrated together. So when I report it as a genuine repair, the communal back door had to have a lock. They don't just repair it, do they? They put a whole bloody new lock, and they don't do a fire risk assessment or people in my situation assessment. How I'm meant to enter this block. I can't enter it safely. I can get out, but I can't get in on that side. It's too unsafe. But it was too hard in my wheelchair, and they really don't care. 9 months today for my flat door repair, and it's coming up for winter again. So that's nothing new, that one. Me chasing up my repairs in my kitchen taps. Well, that was since the 1st of November 2021, and nobody's bothered doing anything about it. So, and then they harassed me for gas service boiler check. But you see, from 2000, it's a pattern of events anyway. So 2018, and now we're 2022. So how many years is that? 4 years. So it's a repetitive, like that video is saying, repetitive pattern of events they do. Claiming I'm not in, or offer a morning appointment when I can't be. No, I can't do. My personal care and stuff I have on top. And so they deliberately make it quite so really difficult. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how people are coping. How's Wayne doing? Hope he's alright. And yourself? Yeah, I had a weird. I think it's more to do with AI controlling emails and communications and Discord and all this stuff. Because I saw a post by somebody I know, and I know that individual isn't like that. So I couldn't comment too much back to Wayne on his Discord handle. So I won't have drama. Do have drama. One good thing is set alarms so you know where you are with these demonic, you know what. And then, yeah, just keep plugging along, and got myself a CD player thing, portable, to plug in, switch off the Wi-Fi quite a bit, plug off, you know, unplug the electrics kind of thing for a while. But the radiation still comes in, the technology they've got, the satellites. But the beautiful music was really bright, just helped relax the body, the mind, body, and soul. So yeah, I'm just shattered now. Yeah, I can see your comments. They normally block things, don't they? Oh, the other two channels are taken down. So, and there's another. There is definitely a perp that portrays these TI over in Switzerland, and he got my other backup channel a strike, so I can't go live on that until 23rd of November. Wow. So I just set up another backup channel. That's ridiculous, isn't it? I've been blocked from comments on and off for a while. Yeah, they do that. They do that. I don't know what kind of jammer on the on Telegram app. There's the global targeted group, and on Discord and Generation, all my other mods. Well, they don't know when I'm live, do they? So they just keep up, bless them. But really good information about jammers, how these perps have got jammers. Well, somebody must have a signal jammer to jam my traffic coming through. So I've noticed that quite heavily. I mean, I'm heavily, extremely heavily. You asked Wayne, what's that woman in UK like? It will tell you I've always been badly hacked for a long time. It's just got more intense. The times we're living in, isn't it? Because when you educate yourself on knowledge and truth of facts, I hate it, don't I? So I've been researching some other subjects on top when I'm able to. And when you just stumble across things, it's just like empowerment in it. And they hate it. So like the gas boiler safety, I found what finally found what UK the law is. As long as you offer within the 2-month due date period, if you rent a place, house or flat, the housing management agents can't do anything. If they send any threatening letters out, you know, breach your contract, blah blah blah, whatever. You just rebut it. It said, "Well, prove it." I mean, this second letter was obvious because it said, "We've been trying to contact you, really." So what I found out was I didn't consent to my rent or my service charges to be paid off to another company based in London, and that's an artificial intelligence AI. It's an AI computer software company. That the letter head office of housing companies in Newcastle. It's up north in England. So they send a letter electronically, do they? A bunch of them, maybe, to this printing company in London to send it all back up north again. What a waste. So, of course, I just returned to sender on that one because I didn't have a contract with that printing AI company. So, and I made it quite clear. So, with the housing company, I found a company house, data, the CEO, brief information printout, out, and I sent it off to the housing company with my email copy because my emails get tampered with. So my email will get to recipients, but it'll be all jumbled up. They mess about when the typeset, don't they? Don't know how they do it. But I print it out my end and send a hard copy. And they always, so all your mail is always messing about my post. So it either comes or don't come. And regardless of what's happened, how they got through, just literally every single member of my family they've got to, and even my own immediate son and daughter and grandchildren, but they're older now. They completely got to that. So yeah, the setup getting robbed beginning of this year was deliberate, and the police set that up to get my door smashed in like a dog's raid. Because my whole bag went, phones, keys, money, everything went when I got robbed, and they didn't give a shit. It just completely housing everyone connected. It's so intense and so orchestrated. So yeah. So it's just things at the end of the day. But the only problem is I couldn't get into the flat, could I? So instead of the bloody idiot snake perps, I'm not saying every public servant is like that, but these ones around here are. And they didn't ring out the out of hours emergency housing locksmith to drill out the lock, to get in. They had to use a massive NK Ultra colours. It was, at the time, it wasn't funny, but looking back on it now, it is the way they did it. It was pathetic actors. Two of them, they did not look like they were police at all. They were just like slugs in dark clothing and smashed my door in. So that's 9 months delay. And I'm still waiting. So the libel and slander, yeah, that's still going. So thing is, when they deliberately don't, you're denied services when everything's meant to be done, especially in people in my situation, with their physical health going on and stuff. It's like they want to make you out to be incompetent, on top. But I'm more efficient than anybody. No, I'm not getting involved in drama either. I know there's too much of that crap going on at the moment. Got enough on our plates, isn't it? It's enough to have energy to keep bloody getting up after. I don't know about you, but they like to hammer my bloody nerve endings in my feet. Oh my God, and yesterday, sudden hit, I don't know what it was, what kind of technology they're using, but really, really strong, sharp hit in my left side of my head, and it affected my eye. A bit like a mini stroke effect, but really painful. I couldn't move. I got back in where I came from, And I just been absolutely wiped out all day, so I could not do anything. So I just having to rest up today. Because then, obviously, when you're resting up and you're in one position, they target your, well, with me, they target my feet. So that's like the nerve endings of the body as well. Oh my God. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Oh, it's stupid. So yeah, gotta keep hydrated, isn't it? And like that video was saying, you know, my carer friend, she prepared me some food, and it's just, oh, I've got no energy, just soup and some basic stuff. Because when they radiate you with me, it affects in my organs. Oh my gosh. And then it's like when you're asleep, they're affected, they're radiating my teeth. Don't know anybody else gets that. But I've hardly got any of my teeth left. This is really evil, pure evil program. So the times we're living in, I can see that all this civil unrest that we're hearing going on in the UK in certain parts. I wouldn't be too surprised if it kicks off even more. And it's about time, you know, ordinary the Perts wouldn't have a job soon. The way the economy's going, they'd be out of a job. They wouldn't be able to get paid. But I tell you, you've got to have a laugh sometimes because they just want to get your vibrations low. It's no one's business who I'm friends with, that's right. There's no point in getting involved with drama exactly, especially in the target community, I agree. I do with how people's are at the time, yeah, totally agree. They use through the wall visual Wi-Fi surveillance on me. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, I'm bad. Oh yes, I just literally come across a video explaining that, but I'm too exhausted to actually watch it. So when I'm too like this, I have to switch off somehow and just put my earphones on and watch a movie. You know, I like the old-fashioned black and white movies, uh, just to get a breather. I don't like when it goes at some point. Yeah, they mess with my email messages in every way, including adding yes, exactly the same as me. Empowered, including adding spelling errors, etc., which were not in before it was sent. Evil. I'm sorry to hear that. I am dyslexic, but can correct my emails properly. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, thanks to that. It wasn't pleasant when it happened. It was a setup job. They're really desperate. I've had a break in intensive direct energy attacks, but lots of other things still wiped out during the day. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that too. I can relate to you on that one. But but did 2 weeks camping. Oh, beautiful. Oh, lovely. Oh, that's really good. Oh, I'm so pleased for you. Oh, 2 weeks. I tell you, I'm had a break. I wish I could have. On my birthday last year, I paid X amount to go in this hotel, which was local, but it's expensive. I bet they ripped me off. It was just nice waking up. Just felt nice waking up in a bed that wasn't here. And I didn't realise the room didn't have a window, but it's a proper disabled wet room, which is beautiful. So and had breakfast with it, and I wish I could just been able to stay there for a long time, just to feel just normal kind of thing. Have a proper shower, proper accessible, you know, bathroom, not this hell. So, but it's training at the moment, isn't it? It's like camping. It's like I've been investing in off-grid type items, small items, for just in case scenarios, water filters, camping cookers. So if you went away surfing, wow, you must have had some gear like that, you know. Camping lights. I suppose you cooked outdoors, didn't you? Or had a pit to cook out from, because that's what Germany's been told to do. A lot of people at the moment because of gas shortages. Oh, Cornwall! Oh, beautiful! Oh, did you go Penzance? Did you go down there? Oh, you've gone down my native area. That's my hunting ground when I was little. All those cliffs and all the coasts and the coves, the Hope Cove. Did you go anywhere near Hope Cove? All the off-grid, not the traditional surfing beaches, the real unique little ones. The tiny little beach coves. I used to work all these different hotels when I was younger. When I left college, all these seasonable type summer and then the Easter periods. So yeah, I miss Cornwall. I remember it for what it used to be, not what it is now, because a lot of these properties and land has been brought up by these very extremely wealthy companies and then the CEOs and owners, and it's turned into more like London, but by the coast, if you know what I mean. As the only downside I do miss is the seaside. Yeah. They still remotely, yeah, satellite, isn't it? Remotely affect your sleep, but not as much as normal. Seamen, yeah. Um, Godfrey surf. I don't know the surfing beaches what they're called. I just know when I used to live down the area all those years, is the locals knew what the beach is called, and my ancestry, my female bloodline is always from, you know, Cornish. So yeah, I shouldn't have moved up here really, but hey, yeah, you can't change what's happened. Yeah, my sister ages ago, she moved over to Wales because there wasn't any places she could actually, with her husband at the time, to rent or buy because too expensive. So they moved to part of Wales, which is the coastline is a bit like we were grown up by Cornwall. So yeah. Well, I miss all those days of even when we had that hot weather in UK. I couldn't even get away for the bloody day. Try and get away in an accessible vehicle and have a break in my situation is a complete no-no. Doesn't matter how much I say, but the practicality of it, they've made sure since 2018 I don't get a break, nothing. So I just have to make the most of a couple of days or half a day or a day. I can't even go in. There isn't anywhere really, unfortunately. Smart city agenda, smart city this area is now. Smart city. Can you imagine what they've got around town and in the parks? They've got CCTV cameras everywhere. They've got the little lamps, which you press the little blue button. I bet they're expecting a nuclear fallout or something. Because I thought, what the hell? So when I was literally just went by the park and just had a picnic and just tried to get a bit of peace. It got too cold. I couldn't go all the way into the park. Thank God I didn't. Because I thought, from the hill coming down, I thought, what the hell are these lights on the lamppost for? So I sussed it out because it's the same in the town centre. So it's like they're expecting some kind of event or disaster or something. Because one of the posts, and it's linked up to the 5G in it. And I read that if there's emergency, you press this button. But when you're too high, you ain't gonna do that, are you? But I'm glad you had a time away. That's good. Yeah, it's around the world, isn't it? This is type of program. Just adding someone else. People are still trying to get the information out. I did a walk also away from tourists. That's brilliant. You've really got it sussed. I would always say that if anyone was going to Cornwall, keep off the tourist areas and the rip-off areas, and just go cheap if you can. And just, yeah, that's good. That's good. I walked away from the tourist traps when the surf was flat. It was beautiful. Oh, you know, I'm so happy for you. I just remember all those times. I had all those memories. I'll never forget. You just don't. Your soul, your spirit will never ever forget these times. No matter how all the uncertainty in the world that's going on right now and the winter period, you know, you still have those beautiful memories. I still, even when I was younger on Bodmin Moor, then in Devon, in Dartmoor, and all those camping times, and I still have all these happy memories as a so-called normal family, which I thought it was at the time growing up. But yeah, and it ironic, isn't it? When you can look back and you can work it out, well, I know where it's all come from. It's my the religious side, the Masonic ritual, satanic side of I got out from the ritual abuse and things I saw. I got out of quick as I could, and the family members didn't like that, did they? A certain one I can't mention though, and what I witnessed and stuff, so I can't go into it all. But it's like the MK Ultra trauma based for me. That's what they do to me. On top, it's like a bit of everything. So you got the technology, you got the MK Ultra, you got the gaslighting, you got the setups. It's just a bit of everything thrown into a big bag kind of thing. Pick out which one you want for the day kind of thing. So when I've been researching about technology and advancement in technology in that website which I stream, you find that this original technology for the mind, the brain chip, the implants started in the 1800s, and then the patterns came publicly known and is researchable from 1950s. But the telegram, you know, monitoring everything, technology. So at the time it was telephone, wasn't it? And the telegraph. So that was, I found the document, that was 1947. So ever since then, before I was born, everything's been monitored. Edward Snowden and people like that for so long, whistleblowers have been trying to get things out for so long. So the internet was never invented for ordinary consumption, public use. It was surveillance tool. So when you go down and find the documents of that, because you have to go down these rabbit holes and come out the other side and do some research and digging around, and my goodness me. So yeah, and then you find when people do videos on time travel, portals, the demonic side, non-human entities, shall we call it, and so I don't take things at face value. I'll do some homework. So when I do some digging around and find a certain channel, took it down because a certain thing I found out, which I can't repeat here, of course. We can't really, you're not free to say anything anymore in England since the late Queen passed away. Things have got more more controllable. It's just automatically, there's always one watching and anything I do. So if I upload, it's not a problem if I can upload, but if I go live, there's always one watching and replaying and storing every bit of data. You never catch my face going on bloody this platform, but they know who we are anyway. Yeah, it's a hurricane apparently in America and Florida. Wow, quite bad weather. Yeah. I have dealt with abusive church and family also, definitely in chaotic continue. Yes, empowered. Mine's on the Freemason connection. I wish I never. My late mum didn't know when they came knocking on her door because she is hereditary. The trauma is hereditary. So as a kid, what she went through, the war years, you go and stay with your relatives in the country. So what she went through as a kid, and over the years, I didn't know half the stuff until I was an adult myself. And then I had my kids, and I've grown up and stuff, and they have kids. So it's like you have to uncover a bloody can of worms to figure things out. We eventually do. Well, some things. So, but it goes deeper though. The underground dumps. I mean, what's that about? But when you find out this, one needs to be able to have, the ability to comprehend the information because it's really dark, the things you find out and know about. And we're not dealing with the flesh and blood. The whole of this, the technology part, is mix of non-human and human technology. I'm just briefly summarizing, and then the trauma side is how the 13 bloodline families in history, throughout the generational side in the bloodlines, they raise their kids is through the trauma and just a lot of, I have to put alleged, but a lot of these are facts and you have to do some digging around to find it out. And there's a lot of certain things happen to kids when they're not of legal age, shall we put it that way, mildly. And then of course, if they don't recover, the mind will split into two causes of dissociation. So the brain's too traumatized to cope with what's happened to them. And as they're adults, they have to learn to adapt, don't they? And then if they get triggered, so that's where the triggers come in, the NK Ultra Colours. There's a good blog. I think it's called, I'll have to figure it out and find it at some point. Surviving NK Ultra. I can't remember the details, but the guy's written some really good books. I've downloaded them. I've got some download documents, patterns. The human population implanted a long time ago. The technology is advanced. Generation from Israel. He does a lot of research on the technology side on different social media platforms, and he's my moderator. So I know why they're crashing UK NHS public services that way, because of biotech and biotech, biomedical data. So the new policies, because I have to know these things for my own situation. So when he sent and posted social media platform on Discord about the biodata And so I'm looking at what I do. I look at when I can, I'm not being hurt as bad, to try and read the document and the patterns and who's the author and which companies designed this equipment or technology. So it's all bigger picture for the future in England, especially now and the future. They have to crash the economy, reset everything as we know it, internet things as well, to link up all this medical bio data, because it's all money, isn't it? It's all finance. And if they change human makeup of our genetic makeup, and they imply AI type advancement in medical data in such a platform remotely, so the policies in this area already is where you would no longer need to go to an A&E hospital. You can be remotely cared for at home. You will have this kind of implantable certain type of devices, and the certain ways they're doing it and certain procedures. I can't go into too much details on this platform, but it's worth looking at how and who controls that software controls your body, because that software components will be in the human body, and it might just be making changes to the natural makeup of the human body. And a DARPA a long time ago, their agents and their corporations always said that the new battlefield is the brain. So, and when ordinary people, even the perpetrators, wake up to what's been going on, they're going to be looking to people like us and think, what the hell? I'm not having anything for that in my body. I'm not having that in my bloody brain. Like the Matrix movies, you know, the implants and all this stuff. So all these advancement in technology has always been hinting out TVs, movies, shows, films, all sorts. And Stargate was a key one for time travel. Portals, and see what they're doing over in CERN, Switzerland, and changing the, messing about Mother Nature. And then when people look at the skies and see how geoengineering has been affected, and now the food supply. So yeah, it's like humanity now it is come round at 360. So on a spiritual point of view, especially, and people that were asleep that don't know about this program, and those that do are part of it. If there's and I would just love to see Bank of England collapsing the British currency, because they're not going to get paid. And I know we'll be affected, but we'll survive. The target individuals in the world, we have to find ways to survive. And people out there who are homeless, lose their jobs and things, do have to find a way to survive. So I found out a couple of day or so ago, something I've known since the 80s, he passed away. We used to mix in the same social cycle, social friends all those years ago, and he was into reggae music. Beautiful man, really good heart, genuine. But when trauma happens and situations happens, you either got people unfortunately turning to drugs and drink, right? And they're easy controlled, and their situation, they might lose the home and the house, or the home, whatever environment they might be living in, or the relationships might break up because of it all, and then you're going downhill. If you I tried to help a couple of people I thought I was helping recently. And he's only 24. Won't do that again. Um, I have the ability to see through people very quickly now. And it's only by life experiences going through all this. And yeah, he was deliberately made homeless. And then the drug community, you know, the real hardcore drug dealing that does go on. You see, you've got your surface level life. You got your standard, like, you look around, kind of, people may not know about this program, like the zombies. I mean, the people I see now is just like the zombies. They don't look up above them. They don't observe around them. And then you got people that are waking up, and so there's like there's no between anymore. You got this way or the other way. So with that lad, the Thursday last week when I saw him, his face wasn't. He was reasonably okay. I tried to help him because I know about law. So I tried to help him, how his rights are, where he could go to get support, blah, blah, blah. He allegedly said the police stitched him up and beat him up, seen the marks on his body. But you don't know if it's a drug deal that went wrong, you know. And at that young age, to be homeless, sleep on the streets, you just don't know. Because these perpetrators are gangs, are well sophisticated, well run. If he's turned to that to hide the pain he's going through and the situation he's in, he's addicted now when he owes the drug dealers money, innit? The next day, on the Friday, I had to go and do something, and I went to use the local loo, which is accessible for my situation in a takeaway place. And he was planted there, wasn't he? And he was planted to gaslight me. So I didn't notice, you know, I didn't let on. And I just passed on a message I got and said, well, I hope you get on well. And he said he was at court. And yeah, I knew that was a load of BS because there'd be a court listings on the website on a civil matter. Well, if it's a criminal matter, what I saw literally the same day, later in the evening, UK barristers were on strike, a lot of the Law Society members on strike, and there's about how many months cases delayed. He could have slipped through the net, but he claimed it was a recent event. No. So this time on that Friday, when I saw his face was broken out, like he's been, unfortunately, you know, he was given a dose of a bad batch or something. So I couldn't deal with that. I had to get away. So I said, all due respect, you said you got a friend. But that friend, he claimed he worked for a well-known coach company, bus company. And not every driver, key drivers, they're the ones that keep putting your pathetic headlights on avoid daylight all the time. It's pathetic. But you don't know that mind control cheat. So yeah. Yeah. So I made my excuses and left, and then 10 minutes later, I hear a voice behind me calling out my name. And I look round, it's some other guy. No, I'm getting away from it. I've got to go now. Oh, it's so pathetic. So I thought, oh well, you know. And then last night, I had to go and do something. Short while. I wish I stayed in. Oh. But this man, the way it was, you know, it's something about them. And you can't have makeup to look like, well, you can do makeup around the eyes to look like they're black being kicked in, you know. But everything about him was complete opposite this time. And I said, you have to trust your gut instinct. You have to be streetwise, and I was. And I said, look, you know, I said, how much cash? I said, here's a quid, you know. He admitted to being alcoholic, and I said, well, look, whatever you got the trauma, because this, I don't know, I'm in the right place at the right time sometimes. And I just happened to know. I said, well, sometimes whatever you're going through, you know, experiences of life or trauma, whatever, may affect you in certain ways. And sometimes, unfortunately, you have to do what you've got to do to cover it up or cope, whatever that may be. And nobody's got the right to judge you. And you just have to find your way through it. So it doesn't matter what people say to you. And all the support in the world, so-called support, you know. Yeah, so when it's deep rooted and the psyche, the brain interface technology, which I know about, I mean, you can't talk to people like this, you know, because they would know about all this in the way one does. And that guy, you know, he come up to give me a hug, and he was like really surprised I stopped, made an effort to stop. I'm with the light still, it's not too dark. To stop just to give him a quid. And it's like, you know, unexpected kindness, you know. It's just the way I am. I'm careful, I'm streetwise, but I don't judge nobody, you know. You just got to be careful and be observant, yes. But you don't want to be OTT, that everyone's involved, like that video, like I was saying. So, if I get the energy, get my shopping, it's like, how's your day been, kind of thing. I know they're being soberly told to do whatever, but I'm still turn the tables. How are you? Have a lovely day, yada yada yada, you know. Although I mean talk to you to death, but you have a lovely day. Oh, so yeah. Anyway. The Goonies, there's so much out there about what's going on in the world now, isn't there? Connecting the dots. All this inflation's out of control. We're going back to the bloody Great Depression. Found good technology about brain interface, yeah. DARPA, the US Military Advanced Research Department, is the main, yes it is, organisation doing this chipping of human brains. Oh yes. A lot of the supercomputers, there's a link here I'm coming to, connection with my situation. The supercomputers, there's a lot of land being taken up over to host the supercomputers, the D-Wave, in Utah, America. And a lot of the land's owned by the Mormons. Yeah, Mormon Church. So, of course, my family were all raised in the Mormon occult. It's a cult. The original founder, his family were very much involved in Freemasonry. The rituals based in the temples that I took part in younger is very much Masonic lodges style, very much mirrored with the aprons and the rituals and the genealogy. And the teenagers, I was only younger at the time, to do baptisms for the dead. You know, reading out a scroll of dead people, claiming to save their souls. Well, hold on, they're dead now. But those are things I was participated in. So I had to leave. I couldn't cope with it all anymore. But unfortunately, I didn't realise that once you're a member, you're not really meant to leave, you know, too much kind of thing. They cover up on the church hall meetings, right? The real stuff goes in the temples. So when I decided to leave at a certain age, I was outcast by the family. My late mum did her best over the years, but still, she felt she owed the church from all those years ago in Cornwall when we lived, and all those years when what she was going through was because of a former member that she met and she wanted to get married to, but he turned out to be a paedophilia bloke. So my trauma, or the trauma base, started when I was a young girl. I didn't have anything done to me. I just witnessed my brothers and sisters what happened to them. So I tried to blow the whistle and get help, and instead I was silenced. So I did try to spill the beans when I was older, when I was an adult, and instead I got ridiculed. So, and then of course I witnessed my older brother do things to his kids when I moved up the area and I first moved here. So there's a lot of things I witnessed of a demonic nature in my family. And I made sure my kids are going to be raised out of it, do you know what I mean? And raised out of that situation. And then I stumbled across a gang of very well connected people in paedophilia stuff. I can't say too much because certain people are still involved, and it is widespread and well known now, isn't it? More coming out into the public, really, but there's still underground stuff that goes on. So I still live in an area where people connected all those years ago that are being involved in certain things still are about. And this is where they are heavily going at me because I hate the fact that I'm still that I know about and what they really have done and still allegedly may be doing. So yes, that's why I'm constantly denied to get my bathroom repaired. That's why they want me out the flat. That's why they want to control everything. Good job I studied law, because it doesn't matter in a way, no matter what I've done with paperwork, documents, affidavits. I've done exhausted everything so far. And when you're in the club, Masonic club, shall we say, the golden handshakes, you have to, once you're in it, you don't get out of it. You see, the trouble is all new memberships, they pay a fee. They think they're going to climb up the ladder in business, each ladder. They don't realise when they get to the top who really is they're worshipping. They really don't know. Sadly, I do. And been there, done it, got the t-shirt. And when it goes higher to the Malta, you know, you look at the pyramid side, for example, you've got the ordinary low-level masons. Then you've got the different levels, the higher degree level. It goes higher than 33. And you got the Knights of Malta, and it goes more deep. It goes much higher than that. So when you've got the world agendas going on, not just in targeting, but other subjects, and you become knowledgeable on how they're doing it and why, you just got to be careful what you say and what you're researching, sadly. And then you've got people coming out and doing podcasts about the underground bases, military, black ops. It's not just America, it's UK involved. And when you find out your family member used to be in, I'm not saying it was connected to that, but it used to be in the army. And I can trace things back to when I can got a strong memory, by the way. I can link it back to my brother's involvement putting me into this program in the military side. So when I realised he's still living down south UK in Bristol, well, Somerset really, and things I found out a while ago from my adult son, and what my own bloody brother was doing to my daughter, adult daughter, and certain things I can't go public about. If I could walk, I'll be flying down towards my daughter's place, and I'll be making sure that she gets the right protection she needs for the sake of her grown up son and daughter. And I'll be down at my bloody brother's house, and I'll be bloody making sure that he gets sued. And oh yeah, my brother needs to be taken over. What goes around, it's not my place, really. What goes around will come around, because I know his time's up. And what he did to my mother, it's all sorts of things. But now, you see, I've got to focus on me. I can't worry about the past. It's happened, and just deal here and now. Anyway, gotta try and relax. Wow, somebody's covering about the beach in Florida, or the storm still going on. It's intriguing. Yeah, enjoy your food. What's the time? Yeah, 9 o'clock UK. I'm very aware of the technology. I have a computer. Oh, that's good. Well, that's very good. Having a computer science degree. Well, something that I've always wanted to learn was more to do with the coding, you know, behind the scenes in the computer. So I can try and get and dig deep into this bloody computer and find a way to stop all the bloody hacking. But yeah, that's bloody good. And worked in big technology. Well, that's even better. You've got the skills there for the future. Goodness sakes. Let's hope they bloody don't collapse the way things are. I mean, if they do, and eventually reset it, and it's all AI based, and all these items like your mobile phone, smart technology, and laptops, it's all going to be obsolete. You won't need them, because the future of technology, as I said, it's like the Majority Report movie. In that movie, it gives you a description. All right, it's a movie script, but it still shows you the kind of technology they might be using. It's very sophisticated. So yeah, that's good. Not on the mind interfaces or screwed up things like that, but do understand big data. But that's really helpful. AI, etc. To some extent, that is really going to be extremely helpful. The more knowledge you have, and if you're able to share your knowledge with the AI, and in different social media platforms or other TIs, it's going to be helpful, because in my opinion, I think that's going to be knowing what we're dealing with, the future of technology, right? How it's working, how, if we need defences or protection of some sort, is there such thing as protection? Automated systems is not always your best friend, so to speak. But yeah, that's really good. As well as DARPA in the UK. Yeah. DARPA in the UK is heavily involved in mind control technology, body nanotech. Yes, that's what Generation was saying about. Not necessarily, I didn't know about who could be involved in England, with that biotech, medical data, and medical biosensors, and the data technology. So yeah, that is going to be extremely useful. Yeah, okay, I'm going to meet for a moment myself, because I'll need my care friends come in. So I'm just going to go to the studio. I'm just going to highlight your comment there. That's going to be extremely useful. Right, I'm just taking a break to something to eat. Hope it's nice. I'll be back.
rays. Well, actually, to some degree, we can with the grays, and the insectoid races. We can't mate with them. But we can with almost any other form, including reptilian. Just a few alterations in our DNA, and it's done. We're the only ones. This is also the only planet in our galaxy where you have so many different races together. Now what's happened, and I'll give the example of Andromeda. The Andromedans are a human race, but they have been so pure, so clean in their DNA, in their genetic melding with the same race, that they are now starting to see signs of genetic breakup. This is our strength. We got to stop using it against each other. Because the bottom line, we can offer them a genetic pool that they need, that they can't get anywhere else. There's also the fact that if we were to destroy ourselves, we would destroy the planet. There's also a possibility the planet itself could self-destruct. I mean, literally just blow itself apart because of the negativity. Now, let's look at that concept. Okay? It's the Earth. If the Earth explodes, what happens to the other planets in our solar system? Functions will change around the sun. Okay? Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, they will all start to move in. Presidency. The reason is one unique. We are part of everything. Okay? We literally are connected to 22 different races. A couple of years from now, it'll happen. Because the stuff that goes on, that went on, social media, and all that. But that's a whole other situation.
Is he not cooperating probably?
Who? Clinton? No, it involves. Well,
Looks like a willing slave.
I don't know exactly what that is, but I know that the lawsuit that's probably going to bring him down involves the guy who wrote the book Compromised. Terry Reid, I think his name is. And in fact, this lawsuit literally reopens the Iran-Contra affair because they have film footage, video footage of Bill Clinton and Oliver North next to an airplane as they're unloading cocaine. And also in this book, it makes reference to the fact that the IRS has been able to track anywhere between $30 to $50 million to the Cayman Islands, to a bank account in the Cayman Islands that belongs to Bill and Hillary. Anyway, there's a lot, but I don't want to get focused on that. There's a lot. He makes George Bush like Boy Scout, which is very hard to do.
Oh, yeah,